Hello, folks. Welcome back. Just finishing up some crafting. How's everybody doing this fine Monday morning of July 1st? Third day of Dawntrail's early access. It comes out of early access tomorrow. Hopefully you've got your code by now. Can't enter it yet, but hopefully you've gotten your code. We're going to try and use up all the crafters' grace first, before we head north to XIV. Honestly, with all the amount that I have planned for crafting to do, I'm probably going to max out my crafters before actually touching any of the actual gear. I don't know if you noticed, I have some durium ore prepared for the ruthenium ingots whenever we finally can gather those. I also have a good amount of regular logs, all 3 base cloth levels. I have enough of those. Also purchased some hides for when I finally decide to get leather worker done, and even got some corn for culinarian. I've got a feeling alchemist is going to be the difficult one, because this one will take me to maybe 95 if I'm lucky. I have enough corn for that. If not, I can always gather more. But yeah, the fact that the gathering things are so awkward at this point. I mean, the fact that the ruthenium ore, which is level 2 ore, you gather after you've already been able to gather the level 3 ore, just, it does not make sense. I mean, it does from a world building perspective. That XIV may be a place where this exists as opposed to these, and that would make sense. But also, it's just kind of weird when it comes to a progression system. But that's also true of the Lar ore, which you cannot get until after you're guaranteed to have been able to gather the Inhui Kanites, which are gems. It's weird. And it's the same thing true of the ginseng ore that takes place that you can only get after finding the Siva logs. That just, again, from a world building perspective, makes sense, maybe, but also from a progression of the zones, I mean, progression of zones that you're guaranteed to be at, it doesn't make sense. And then, like I said, I believe this is the only one that has that particular problem. It's always been like the horse chestnut was the base, then you would find the palm, because that was always Labby first, then Great Work, then Engarlemald. That's straight in order. Same thing here. Your Hydurimium, you're starting in it starts in Thavnir, and then when you get to Mare, then you get your second level. There was no problem there. You have your Amartines. I do not understand the problems they why it's set up so weirdly. It is just very weird. That could be because they, you know, their reasoning could very well be that, well, this is Taral. This is how things are over here. And this is what differentiates your previous other continents from here, is that it's a bit more weirdly spread out. That could be. From a crafter's perspective, it's very awkward. And I don't get it. And I don't get why. And there we go. Repair our gear real quick. And we head north. Well, might as well take the Aethernet there first. There it is. Omelette rice. That is omu rice. That is straight up. And granted, the stats it gives completely useless, but that's funny. That's funny. Alright, Anvil. Let's go. No doubt. We have one of those. Ah, the new title. Instead of promise, she is now vow. Waklamat. Wuklamat. I do like the Landsguard's current armor looks. We'll be getting that as one of the armor sets at some point. Wow, that is a very fancy bridge.
Shall we then?
Yes, that's... Unless you've got something else stopping you, Aaronville. Bit of a misty morning, to be honest.
On the far side of that great bridge unfolded the wilds of Shaloni, where the sun guides in the Shitonatum. A harsh guide, to be sure, with its blazing rays scorching the land and hardening its inhabitants. But sweeping change had come to the arid expanse when, beneath its red crust, vast deposits of ceruleum were discovered.
Yes.
Embracing this opportunity, Vau Kona supporters hurtle on, driven by dreams of a future illuminated by blue flame. It is here that our journey continues, our path taking us along winding roads of steel. Each length of track a declaration of hope and ambition.
Shaloni.
My home, Yasulani, lies past Shaloni. It will be a long journey, but the railroad should make it easier.
Railroad. That got mentioned. We don't have those in Eorzea.
As for the way to the train station, let's ride these fellows, shall we?
The buffalo equivalents. Or should we say alpaca equivalents? What are these things? Ronique. They're very large. I guess we can just walk. Other wildlife is showing its aggression too. We'll be fine. Trust me, I can handle it. But the Ronique! Aaronville! The Ronique! It would be a shame. The drunkards and troublemakers. I cannot tell whether or not that stick is part of his uniform or not. North. No polytenders. Wow, yes, those things. Look at that cactuar. That is an amazing cactuar. I see it. This kind of lazy sounding guitar. A lazy rock sound. Just so far seems a bit weird. But it seems to have given way. Seriously. It's like a lazy rock. Just like how in the American West, towns would spring up out of nowhere.
Well,
So they have the in here.
It's become a proper town. Hey!
Proper saloon.
Now hold on a minute.
Some sort of trouble.
We should be prepared.
I'm talking to you, you old bastard.
Give me strength. For the last time, the investigation is closed. There's no refuting the evidence.
I don't give a shit about your evidence, you lying scum. You release my friends, or I'll make you wish you had.
Let me remind you who the scum is here. Your friends, who had the temerity to point their firearms at me, the deputy chief of the Dust Watch. And after taking them into custody, what should we discover but incontrovertible proof that they had committed larceny?
Ah.
They will not be released until they've paid for their crimes.
I'd heard the peacekeeping force had been formed to deal with growing lawlessness. Seems the situation is bad indeed.
So it would seem.
Still can't get up a fuss, eh? Sounds like poor Zekua needs his bottle.
Sure he wouldn't prefer his mama's teat? Treat me like a child, will you? My friends haven't done anything wrong, damn it! They've been framed!
Oh, stubborn little runt. Listen here, Zekua. If you want to be treated like an adult, then you'd best comport yourself like one. That means respecting the rule of law. Order may be precarious here in Shaloni, but it can be had if each man does the right thing. And for those that don't, well, they have to answer to the Dust Watch.
The Dust Watch.
Now run along and think before you cast aspersions next time. Lest you hurt my feelings.
Fine. If that's how it's gonna be.
I wouldn't if I were you.
Estinian.
Is that?
That is Estinian.
There's a time to fight and a time to withdraw. For you, that's now.
What?
Hey!
What are you doing, Zekua? You better not be stirring up trouble.
Zekoa.
Wahute! You sack of Ronek shit! This ain't over! You hear me?
Ronek. I thought it was Ronik, but I guess it could be Ronek.
You want to tell me what that was about?
Nothing that need concern you, sir. Zekua is simply struggling to come to terms with the low character of his friends. But for good measure, I'll have the men keep an eye on him.
Yes, you do that.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go make my rounds.
Estinian! My good man!
I wasn't expecting to see your faces among the crowd.
You rarely would.
Talk is rife there's a new Dawn servant. Take it you found it then. The Golden City.
Technically.
Aye, the contest is over. And as I needed to return home to Yasulani, I offered to show our friends some of Shak Tural. What brings you north?
Nothing in particular. Just seeing what there is to see.
But how did you get your pass to come up here? Just going wherever the wind blows, eh?
Gulul Jaja compensated me rather generously for our duel. I'll be able to enjoy a comfortable life on the road for the foreseeable future.
Assuming no ties,
I shall
no
be
hair
moving
ties,
on.
that is.
Oh, by the way, I recommend you try the Sabatender. They may not look it. They're surprisingly delicious.
They're magically delicious.
But we don't serve Sabotender here.
That they do now. So they've got a long history of dueling. Can I make it out in time to this fate? No. It was worth a shot. It was, in fact, worth a shot. Well, Aaronville, let's continue on. Have some looking around. Fallen Ace and same. With 3 open. And plus, no. No, that was definitely not going to be worth it. That was definitely not going to be worth it. Big purple gun. The headband. I never did see what the tungsten vest looks like. No further comment. Okay, there's some ponchos. Different colored ponchos. What are the dye channels on these? They've got to be... So they all have that dye channel. What's the second dye channel? Okay. Interesting. Interesting choices of dye channels. What do you say? Elenyate? No. I already know about the dawn hunts. Dancing, eh? This is true. We normally travel in groups of at least 4. So I'm not entirely sure how this is going to work when we hit dungeons. But then again, we've always been able to summon allies. Of course. The western half of the story begins now. Advanced technology suddenly being introduced will change a lot of things. Just like in the American West during, well, technology changes a lot of things. The Wallachie. Yes, they are. The Springs, the busiest town here in Shaloni. He's only been gone for 3 years. Blue hair. Okay. Granted. As a green-haired Vieira, I do the odd color hair does in fact stand out quite a lot. We do need to pick up fates while we can. We need to pick up 6 of them. This one's only about a third of the way done, but it could jump to 66% at any time. Let's speak of the devils. Tumbleweeds. Tumbleweed. Fighting sentient tumbleweeds. Who would have thought? Oh, I've not attuned to that aetheryte though. I'm gonna regret not having attuned to that aetheryte, I think. Would have been faster to teleport and then head north, I think. I think we've got plenty of time. It is early on a Monday morning. I don't think a lot of people will be online. I do know some people have been experiencing some server-bound issues. They don't seem to be widespread, but there are definitely server issues happening. But I also know that Dynamis is in fact the only place you can data center travel to at the moment. So it's not like you have choices when it comes to realistically going places. Ah, Forlorn Maiden's here. When did she show up? Oh no, that's not the Forlorn Maiden. That's something different entirely. Because it is not dying very fast at all. So whatever this Forlorn is, I mean, it is part of the fate. It's also dying extremely slowly. I do not have my chocobo out. I just realized that. I want to kill this Forlorn before we end up accidentally killing the Daras. I'll gladly let them, this little Lalafell warrior, hold hate. Here we go. I suppose we might as well do a few fates while we're up here. If we can get fate speed unlocked really early, that'll be great. But I would not hold too much hope out that that's going to be the case. Now, whether or not we get to see the Wallachie in their normal form, their traditional forms, well, we'll see. I would hope that's a Namazu. That's a giant Namazu. The warrior can fly. So they must be max level already, I would imagine. And they're just out here grinding fates. That makes as much sense as anything else. He's a Namazu Elemental, really? A Namazu Elemental. Oh. Pink would hate this. Pink is our traditional Dragoon slash Sage in-group content on the FC. And she hates Namazu. I'm like, with a passion does she hate them. Like, absolutely cannot stand them. It probably would be, if I had to tune to that Aetherite, would have been faster to go back to the springs and then head south. Instead, we're gonna head north. Unless these cliffs are going to prevent us from going up here, which it looks like they might. Unless there's a way around. We're going to get there with maybe 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Yes, there's a way around. Oh, come on. Oh, come on, game. Are you serious? Okay. I guess that's not the place. Okay, there are people attacking it. Yep. Tortoise of a tail. I think our little Lalafell friend. Oh, there's a forlorn maiden over here. The forlorn maidens are easier to kill than the forlorns. That's just kind of weird that the forlorns are a thing. I don't remember them being a thing in previous at least not on that level of toughness. There we go. One thing I do appreciate is the game does allow you to just roam about the zones. I always appreciated that. This is definitely more reminiscent of the American West. Not only in aesthetic, which I appreciate. They're going for two completely different aesthetics. Which I don't think a lot of people were quite expecting. Some people weren't, at least. Because I have seen online some discourse about suddenly we go from this great adventure in South American equivalency, to a Western. And it's like, it's a bit jarring for some people. Not really. Not if you've been paying attention to what Tyrol is. Another fate has spawned another fate. Another fate, another dollar. We've got to be close to maxing out the fates. 4 out of 6. And we'll end up back in the springs anyway, by the looks of it. A big... Huh. Japanese schoolgirl. Oh, Final Fantasy XIV community never fails to exist. At least they're not wearing the traditional garb, the traditional sailor's uniform or anything. That would be too much. That just feels like it's a multi-part fate. That just felt like that should be a multi-part fate. Cray Claws. Carla Bosses. Grit Claws. Because if there's one thing to be said for the Americas, both North and South, the very, very different what the different locales look like. As if there's almost no connection between the two. Especially the American Southwest, which is definitely what this is. Not just the West, the Southwest United States, compared to the deep jungles of the Southern Americas, which is what Yaktaral and such are. That is definitely the more jungly, the more southern Central America, as opposed to the these are friendly. As opposed to the more southwestern and northern Central America. Like here. There's definitely a different aesthetic, but that is because the geographic differences are very severe. Oh god, these guys are... Look at all the AoEs. We're collecting their sideburns? That just seems very weird. Why are we going after their sideburns of all things? Yeah, that just seems awfully, I'd say inconsiderate, but considering the AoEs they're dropping, I perfectly understand it. I mean, if these things made the... If a critter was making the ground unsafe to just stand on, I'd want to tear off their sideburns too. After this one, I think I'll turn him in. I think that'll be enough to get us mount speed and finish off this fate if we're lucky. I need to just disengage. Just disengage. Disengage. Please disengage, you son of a... Disengage. Thank you. I have 24 of them. Thank you. Stellaris. A chocobo, please. Would you please be so kind, my companion, as to follow? Thank you. Now you're in free stance. You may do as you wish. There we go. Good lord, that was annoying. Those things just would not give up and they would not stop spawning. Good lord. That was... oh. And I've already missed... oh no, that's in the springs up here. I know we were promised an adventure in Dawntrail, but I knew it was going to be an adventure of 2 bits. Once they showed off the northern section, and I was like, okay. Once we were shown the door and said, the door we cannot go to, I was like, okay. What you're saying is this is going to be an adventure of 2 parts. And I knew it was going to be. As soon as they showed the bridge and the fact that it was shut, as soon as we got into Tuliolo, I was like, this is an adventure of 2 bits. Isn't it? 2 halves. For they were not shy at all about showing off this aesthetic, and we knew this aesthetic existed. They were very very sure about showing us that this is an aesthetic for one of the zones. Don't be afraid. Do not be ashamed. Do not be frightened. No, they don't mesh together, but they don't in real life either. The dense jungles of South America and the deserts and shrublands of the Southwest. Normally they're a bit more further apart, but with the Great Divide being the thing that separates the two, well, such a cold-cut distinction makes a bit more sense. So we're looking for a blue-haired individual. A blue-haired Chitone. Is that blue? Would you call that blue? Let's be honest. Would you call that blue? I would not. That is not blue. I mean, that'd be like calling my hair red. My hair coloring in-game red. Or Aaronville's white. Once again, Vieira live a long time. Some 200 years is not unheard of. And a spacha. Is that what they call you here? You might want to get used to that. I make no qualms about that, considering my character's name, Tojin. Is a Aura, specifically Zayla name. So his mother and mentor was among the traveling companions of Galul Jajaz. Another expedition. As Vieira do. Yate, please. This is true. Oops, missed that. Despite my best efforts, all paths led nowhere. I assumed it was nothing but a dreamer's fancy. And they found it. And eager to bombard me with questions. I would not be surprised if she already knew it existed. Uh-oh. The call of a help. I must know. Well, Aaronville, what have you found? Lamont's nursemaid. Oh, what is she doing here? This is indeed Lamont's nursemaid. Namika, you fool. Sounds good. If you think you can. If you fools think you can. Eat my blades from the sky. Everything seems to be very cerulean up here. Suppose that is to be expected with the fields of ceruleum. (109 northeast). There it is. Knew we would find it sooner or later. Oh, we found most of the aether currents too. Straight south, you say? That can be done. Namika, what are you doing up here? Yes, what did they steal? Ah, you were also from up north. Granted, such a beautiful bracelet would have attracted attention. I'll knock him senseless. It's what Luke Lamont would want. There's absolutely no way that can hurt me. Yes. There's a distinct possibility we're going to end up on the wrong side of the law. I mean, us being an adventurer and all, we just tend to rush in and do things. $200 to the southwest. That's gonna be up on that ridge, I think. Or not. Daybreakers. I've got suspicion this is what they're called. Like these axe slingers think they can actually hurt me. It's funny. As normally overpowered as the Warrior of Light tends to be, just based on my level, it's like, I'm a bit over-leveled currently. So it kind of fits that we're a bit over-leveled. Very few things could hurt us. And that's also true of the Warrior of Light at this point. Like, this entire thing we've done, all of this adventure we've gone on, none of it has been particularly threatening to us. The thing that could harm us the most was Galul Jaja. And even then, it really didn't matter that much. Okay, we're missing one Aether Current. 1,300 to the east. That would put it between A and B. I think that puts it like here. Yes, 400 to the northeast. Northwest. Northeast. Was right northeast. That actually puts it like over here. Well, we were gonna need to get these aether currents anyway. And it never hurts to familiarize yourself a little bit with the land. I was just over here for that fate. How did I miss this? How did my compass make me miss this? That's just weird. That was just weird that we just completely missed that aether current. Might as well finish the map unlock, if nothing else. Since we're in the general vicinity. And it does give us a chance to get used to the land. Appreciated the views. I'd say participate in some fates, but that's not what we're doing. Apparently the, oh yes, Tyrannosaurs and Triceratops are out here, of course. Oh. Well, we had some Western architecture, and now we have some very specifically Pueblo-style buildings. Interesting. So they're hitting all the aesthetics of the southwestern United States and northern Mexico with these Pueblo-style buildings from, I want to say Arizona. Arizona, Nevada area? Both of which did exist at the same time, so I'm not complaining. Although that style architecture is definitely older than this aesthetic. And when I passed through here, I did not see the huts. So definitely some, I don't want to say Dakotas. That's a bit too far north for this style hut. Because it's definitely not your TP look, but that's definitely it's not a yurt, because that's definitely Eastern Mongolia area. It shares many similarities with both of the yurt style, but it definitely fits. It definitely fits. Of course. One little isolated area. Sand nest. I've got a feeling we're gonna go there at some point. So we have some very interesting aesthetics. We have more northern what's that word I'm looking for? Nomadic peoples, huts. Some western southwestern United States slash Anyway, as I was saying, some southwestern United States, northern Mexico looks, and a bit of, well, for lack of a better term, Arizona, Nevadan style native huts, Pueblo style. Although Pueblos are a little bit different, but that's of that architectural style, architectural family, for lack of a better term. I think I'm likely butchering it. I'm not a trained architect or anything, so the styles are not lost to me, but the subtleties are not something I'm entirely familiar with. And the distinctions may have changed since I learned them. Oh, you are very right. I may have saved the star on one occasion. Or two. I mean, abandoned towns do provide a basic form of shelter, which is kind of important. Of course, no objections. What I'm looking for. Give me what I'm looking for, Firefox, please. There we go. I just want to look at rough levels so I can figure out. Okay. Okay, just looking, that is all. I just wanted to look at some spoiler-free names on YouTube. Just so I can get a rough idea of what level area we're looking at for the remaining, well, the remaining story. And there is a dungeon probably in this area. But that's probably the culmination of this map, I would imagine. As I said, provides a degree of shelter. Oh, we shall have a sneak and a listen. Actually, to be honest, we're quite good at listening. Easier money to be had. That does explain why the Dustwatch have not gotten to them. Because it sounds like one of them is the boss. Which is to be expected. Zakawa, huh? Sword slinger. Got a feeling. Aaronville. That's who Zakawa reminds me of. What's his face from 8? The main rival to the main character, Leon. Yeah, Zakawa's here. Yes, he is. Moreover, he's a member of the Dustwatch. This is going to be a problem. We need to get him alone. We might have a plan. That must be the little pueblo style buildings, I imagine. Yes. Which, given how limited the travel to the north is, it's not entirely surprising that it is this way up here. Because it looks like Tirali, Atuliolol allows free travel to the southern regions of Tyrol. But northern Tyrol, they're very limited in their access to. And we get to collect some dung from dragons. That's a pterodactyl. Yehee, sissy. Yehee. Yehee, sissy. Yehee, see ya. Yehee. Yehee, see ya. Yehee, see ya. Yehee, see ya. That is a name for a pterodactyl. Or pterodon is probably a more accurate name. Now this nest apparently smells. See, they call it leavings to remind you that your island sanctuary. Have you been handling that? Honestly, I need to go back and check because they said that they were adding things. They may have added things to Island Sanctuary, although I don't remember that in the patch notes. Although you pray to the 12, it doesn't actually burst. This is going to be interesting. Will this strategy work? I don't know. We'll have to find out. The Haras. I don't know. This music is just, this lazy rock I'm not entirely convinced by. Toss it in the bonfire. Cast it into the fire. Cast it into the fire. This will attract them. Ooh. I can't imagine that that smells good at all. No doubt that it would. Of course it's him. Incoming. Angry pterodons. Well, angry is not the right term for that. The boss has it. I think he already has. Yeah, change of plans. We weren't going to leave you behind. No. Reminds me more of a Zell. Than Cypher. No. Yes. Ah, so you founded the Daybreakers. Unfortunately. Oh? Something is definitely suspicious about this. Not likely. Kamaka. Well, that depends. The bracelet combined with our testimonies. No. That is nothing but suspicious. Nothing if not suspicious. It'll be for naught if we are seen. Level 98. No, it really wasn't your finest hour. I'm not entirely sure about that. I don't know about that. We'll let him have his duel. Now I'm beginning to understand a bit of what I saw about why this seemed like a sudden divergence and a Western that's been kind of tacked on. I'm getting where people are coming from when they say that. On the other hand, I'm having a blast with this Western. A gentle poke, you say? Hey. Deputy. You could say that. Ah, yes. This is a very large barrel. Tell me about this place. Yeah, this lazy rock guitar, this lazy guitar. I myself am not entirely convinced by. Just a little further, man. Yeah. This is definitely not the best of the music 14 could handle. Tell me about this cerulean fields. Blue gold. And because that is what they snack on, they can be a little more volatile than normal. Sorry, I'm still learning my way around here. That is an A rank if I ever seen one. That's a very large pterodon. I left him tied up around a big rock. Must have been a different rock. Although I doubt that thing would actually just murder me straight up. It still would not be pretty. What can you tell me about these cactuses? The, no, polytenders. Well, he's had enough. That is just unfortunate. He must have escaped. So easily distracted.
Wahoote! Finally caught up to me, I see.
Sounds like Zell too. I think it's Zell. Starts with a Z.
Well, well, if it isn't our young outlaw. You've taken up stealing, I'm told. Can't say I'm surprised about that, but I am surprised that you'd offer yourself up to be arrested.
Sorry to disappoint, but you're the one who's going to answer for their crimes today.
Aaronville.
Hey, that's my jewelry!
And my bag! So you found the stolen goods. That's fine work.
This barrel was at Shishenowetsi Springs, mixed in with others bound for Tuliyola. The Landsguard would have presumed it part of the regular cerulean shipments and waved it through. And once it reached its destination, it would have been retrieved, and its contents sold for coin.
The audacity. Do we know who's behind this?
Yes, Kamaka, unfortunately.
As fortune would have it, I spied the leader of this operation being handed one of the stolen items. A bracelet, which Vau Wuklamat had intended for her nursemaid, Namika.
It was from the Vow of Resolve?
Yes.
Oh, you've seen it then?
Of course he has. He's got it on him right now.
No, never. And if I knew who had it, I would have arrested the scoundrel.
Oh, come off it. I saw you with the bracelet.
What's the meaning of this, Wuhute?
It's a setup, sir. I have the bracelet, yes, but I only 'cause I found it. I swear. They're the real criminals. They concocted this scheme to frame me, so they could get me out of the picture.
If you feel your honor's at stake, there's always the old-fashioned way. The law which folks have used to settle their differences for generations.
You don't mean...
This is predominantly up to the Dusk Watch.
Wuhute, I challenge you to a duel. The winner is right, the loser is wrong. Doesn't get simpler than that.
Yeah, have at it.
Let your pistols do the talking!
Please, do you honestly believe you can goad me into playing your game?
You refuse then? Huh. A baby alpaca's got more fight than you.
All right, boy. But remember, you asked for this.
Yeah,
Come
he's
on, Zakawa!
definitely very much
Give 'em
a
what
Zell,
for!
a Zell type
Shouldn't
character.
we stop him, Chief? Even if it's just rubber bullets, we're in the middle of town.
Be quiet. Just watch.
Come on, Zamoka. Come on. We put a lot of faith in you. Don't mess this up. Tumbleweed. And there's the bracelet.
Shit.
And there's the bracelet.
Looks like you've gotten slow in your old age, Vulture.
You and I are going to have a long talk.
Yes, Kamaka? You shall. It's a shame we couldn't have spent more time here. I got a feeling we're going to be moving on here pretty shortly.
I apologize for dueling in the middle of town. If you want to lock me up, then lock me up. But please, let my friends go. They've done nothing wrong.
You drew your gun within town limits. But Wihute drew first. Far as I'm concerned, you acted in self-defense. You're free to go.
Rules contain technicalities that exist for reasons.
Ha! You're not such a bad guy after all.
No, he is not.
Just a man of the wilds, like you. But to think that Wihute had taken control of the Daybreakers, it pains me that it happened right under my nose.
What are you gonna do about his crew? Some of them are still in Tonatenui.
Totatenui.
Those who have broken the law will be taken into custody. But those who haven't will be given the chance to resume walking the straight and narrow. What about you, Zekua? What do you intend to do now?
Why, what I've always done. Protect the weak and help the helpless. The old-fashioned way.
Yeah, he's very much a Zell character.
Here, this was Vawuk Lamott's gift for someone, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yes, a person very dear to her.
I suppose this is where we go our separate ways. My thanks again for your help apprehending the vulture.
'Tis no problem. He even has Zell's hairdo. Although Zell is blonde as opposed to this redhead here. He's definitely got that Zell energy to him. Wild banana blend. Now here's the weird thing that's kind of weird. 1, 2. 2 Aetheryte quests have been unlocked. But they're always 5. Meaning we're only at the halfway point of the story for the map. And yet I feel there's not much left. But we haven't been to the upper Aetheryte yet either, so... Saloon doors. Now these were an actual thing in the West, but they normally weren't the only doors on an establishment. There were actual doors. Red Beret Man. Your grandfather's worried about you. Have you gotten yourself into trouble? Oh, are you a money lender? Yes, please do. Yes, because Gil is not the traditional money of the town, so why are you not dealing in Pell? Pell is also not heavily inflated like Gil is. Then why not explain all this to your grandfather? I mean, you do have a lot of Gil. Can't say no to that. Are we going to be acting as muscle for this? I have my suspicions. This Western aesthetic it has proven to be exactly as I expected. A little flex, you say? We are, in fact, a very scary individual. Which, this would be absolutely more funny coming from a Lalafell. Ah. Yes, get your life together. Then worry about treating others. It will help in the long run. I'm still not convinced. That's gonna be the main storyline of that side of this set of side quests. Looks to be quite good, but we'll see. But as I was saying earlier, we're probably only halfway through the storyline of the map. Even though we had that whole Western arc there that involved maybe this half of the map at most. So whatever is going to be in this half of the map, well, That's where the second half of the story is going to be at, if I had to guess. At least we don't have that infernal problem we had with the previous two maps of them being constantly cut in half. Can't even physically access half the map. Grumble, that's just weird. Of course we can bring in a fish candle. And like I was saying earlier, one thing I do appreciate is that they've managed to capture the different styles of housing in the American Southwest / northern Mexico area where this type of arid desert tends to be in, you know, the New Mexico, Nevada, Arizona, and northern Mexico areas. You have your typical Western housing from your typical Western. You have the Pueblo styling here, which sadly doesn't get an aetherite. That's perhaps its biggest failing. And up here we get some more nomadic style housing, although not of a particular branch I'm familiar with. You forgot your candle, miss. Sacred ground to their people. I mean, we could, but also we have reason to move on. Though, it's not entirely surprising that this canyon is sacred to their people. Windfish. Although that's not distinctly a windfish whale, that is a windfish. That is very distinctly a windfish. I don't even want to try and pronounce that name. As much of a stickler she is, she works for the railroad company. Alright, we're on track. Edenville. Yeah, but Urkapacha, Kazamuka, Yaktel, Shaloni. 2 more zones. But we have more story in here for what it's worth. Oh, I thought we were done with the story, but I suspect we are not. Namika, we have your bracelet back. You don't know how lucky you are. Erenville, why are you so off-putting to your relationship to Wukalamat? I don't understand this. It's a valid point, Erenville. Zell and his group. Zakoa. Kivakana. And Liwin. We're just fortunate he can draw faster than the other guy can. That's true. He is very fast. Farewell, Zakoa. And the Daybreakers. The train? No, you didn't, Iate. Why? Of course. The storm. Or an earthquake. Well, regardless. Does Kona know about this? Well, so much for taking the train. Well, that explains what the second half is gonna be. Getting back on the train. Well, of course not. The loss of a functioning train is a very big deal.
I'm so sorry, but we're not sure when the train will be running again.
You've got to be joking. Of all the places to get stuck at on the way.
There's nothing they can do about it.
Please don't tell me you've come to complain too.
We heard that the earthquake had caused disruptions and wanted to ask when operations would resume. But I see that it will be a while yet.
Aye.
I'm afraid so. Too few hands for too much work.
Oh?
It's time-consuming enough to inspect the tracks after every quake, but this last one we got after the succession ceremony was massive. Made a mess of a whole bunch of railroad ties.
Oh.
The succession ceremony? We would have been in Tuliolal at the time.
Yeah, we didn't notice
If it
anything.
was as violent as you say, we should have felt it as well.
Aye, we didn't feel nothing.
I have to admit, it was a touch strange, having seen my fair share of tremors. If I had to describe it, it felt more like the rumbling from an explosion.
A big explosion, maybe.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Seriously? You're offering to help?
I mean, what else are we gonna do?
What about you, my friend? If you'd rather strike out on your own, I understand.
Though, if you were willing to lend us a hand too, we'd be truly tremendously grateful. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm Shenza, by the way. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Shenza.
If you would please step inside, I can introduce you to everyone.
Okay, I guess we found ourselves temporary employment.
Sorry for dragging you into this.
What else were we gonna do? Go climb a mountain?
There they are. That's them, the 2 volunteers. Walika is our station master, and over there is our top driver, Nitowikwe.
Nitowikwe.
And this grizzled mug is Zopia, an engineer who joined around the same time as me.
That's it? The 4 of you?
Much obliged for the help. I'll make it worth your while, I promise.
Do I get a snazzy uniform like the 4 of you? Oh!
The matter?
Oh, I didn't make that connection. Thank you, game. Oh, this is their equivalents from the first! I wouldn't have made that connection. It's nothing. Don't worry about it.
Oh, for a moment, it looked to me like you were just dying to say something.
Yeah.
We all have our secrets. Best not to pry. Right then. What I'd like you two to do is help us procure timber.
I've got a lot of that.
We'll be using it to fashion new railroad ties, so it needs to be the strongest stuff we can get.
I've got dark mahogany.
In these parts, that means the trees in the Piata Yonan Plain. It is Hetsaro territory, though, so we need to get their permission first.
Ah.
Come on, no time to waste.
That would be the northern half. Yeah, I would not have put that 2 and 2 together. And that's a good way for them to also to be like, yeah, this 4th one here. We didn't have them modeled, but how about these 3? These 3 have somehow always been together. Yes. And acacia weapons. I want to see the train. Can we see the train? I think we shall see the train. Train yard. Though now that I think about it, a lot of twine in Emerang has the Western aesthetic as well. But just around Twine. Because Mordsuk has a different aesthetic. Yeah. I'm gonna take a little bit of a aesthetic diversion to Emerang. Yeah, Mordsuk has a very different aesthetic. Definitely not Southwestern United States. But Twine, on the other hand, isn't that right, my good friends? Magnus, Faith, and Jarek. Twine definitely carries the Old West aesthetic, the Wild West aesthetic, as does the Trolleys. And the old train yard over here. I think they call it train yard. The mines. So they already had some aesthetic they could have pulled anyway. And did, in fact, pull. From the second half of Amarang. But still, this is distinctly different than what we're seeing up over here in Shalomi. While both desert areas, Amarang is definitely a different type of desert. The village is just ahead. However, we need their trees. Just a few of them, however. And even then, they're still being given an aetheryte. Ah. Geppetto. We saw him at the ceremony. No, we are not native to this land at all. I'm just a traveler of the star. As much as I can say I'm from Eorzea, We walked into Eorzea. Oh, the things I could tell you, child. Geppetto, maybe. I'm not so certain of his father. Well, they seem to be. Ah, here they look to the Runnock. True. However, the railroad is likely one of them. Of course. Ah, the ear wiggle. Did you see that ear wiggle? I saw that ear wiggle. It's a curious combination, this tent. Not quite teepee, not quite yurt. Not quite yurt. Yes, we have heard of that. We have heard of that. Do we know what has caused that? An increase in population will do a lot to the animals. You're not entirely wrong. His journeys have changed him for the better. Yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, you have no idea. This is the least amount of things I did. I did almost nothing during this entire story. During this entire story up until this point, we have basically done almost nothing of importance. Then again, as we saw, Kona harbors some deep-seated resentment for their traditional way of life for good reasons. He remembers a time as his parents moved on, they just abandoned him. If a traveling Pelu had not shown up, he'd have died. So, as much as we can say it would not be bad for Kona to visit, I have a feeling if Kona were to visit, yeah, I don't know, would not be great. Kona has some deep-seated memories. And let us be perfectly honest, his memories are not good. They're gonna make us do the whole beckoning quest again. Come here, little calf. Silly creatures. There we go. Your calf has been returned. Well, there's one Aetherite quest somewhere. Aether current quest, and I do not know where. You'd be surprised what I can carry, Aaronville. I was just saying it's been a while since we've done one of these. Did I not say yesterday? It's been a while since we've done one of these types of quests. And here it is. I love it. I love it. That's funny. And with no wagon. Why do you not have a wagon? That's true. They were. And do keep an eye on your work and not the other engineer. Oddly enough, that has not unlocked the last Aether current. Several cutscenes will play in order. They've been using that a lot. Oh, that's funny.
A glorious grand machine indeed. I hope Namika was able to secure a seat.
Here she comes!
Thanks to you, we managed to resume service much faster than anticipated. You have our gratitude.
There's There's nothing so enchanting as a cerulean-powered engine in motion.
Ain't
They
that
are
the truth?
powerful things.
Don't think I'll ever tire of watching them chugging along. They make wagons look like toys.
And so long as we can lay the tracks, she can go on and on and on. Before you know it, she'll be crossing the entire continent.
Railroads are a somewhat recent addition to Tyrol. As it stands, we can only ferry folks as far as Yassolani. And from an operational standpoint, we still have much to learn. There's always some problem or another to deal with. But we'll keep working at it. We'll hone our craft and continue expanding till one day, our trains are running coast to coast. That's the ultimate dream.
Oh, people.
Goodness, I completely lost track of time. By now, I expect the train will be nearing Yassolani. When it returns, we'll see you on your way. So if you've got any preparations to make, you better make them quick.
Uh-oh.
Not another one!
You can't be serious.
That's definitely not normal.
Gods have mercy.
What did I miss? Oh, that's not normal at all!
What in the flying? What's happening?
Oh, the train! Nitobekwe and the others!
My home lies that way as well.
We're going to investigate. Right now!
I'm going with... That is new altogether. That's definitely not normal. Aaronville? You might want to warn the capital.
What in the world? Are they heading for Tuliolal?
Very clearly. We need to get back yesterday. The real.
Heavens forfend.
You're here. Good, good. They came from the sky and attacked without any warning. The people need our help.
Aye.
Can you stand?
Trying to remain calm, everyone!
Yeah! What the?
I don't know what they are, but they're not men.
They're synthetics of some kind.
Someone help me! Please! Oh! Oh!
Bastard!
What did it just do?
That is the question. That looked like Bakul.
Thank you.
Bakul Jaja.
Save the things. Just get to safety.
Bakul Jaja will help.
I'll hold the line here. Fall back to the palace.
Quickly! Before it's overrun!
Thank you, Bakul Jaja.
But can he hold against forever? How much can he hold on his own?
This is simply how I do things now. So, who wants to taste my blade next?
You. Who are you? Kona? Please tell me you've been holding things. Oh god. Guards. Zamal. Zariel.
That you should still live.
Zorolcha?
By the gods. What has happened to you?
This is your butchery, isn't it? After everything you've done in service to the throne, How could you betray us?
My demand is simple. The dissolution of Tuliolol and surrender of all its territories. Refuse, and I will kill every last one of you.
Have you gone mad?
No. My ambition remains unchanged. To teach the masses the folly of war, that they cry out for peace, and thus unite the world.
What has changed you so much, and in so short a time? To harm the very people you swore to serve. This is an unforgivable deed committed by my son. My son!
You have heard my ultimatum.
And you will have my answer. By my hands, I will end your madness.
Papa, wait! I should be the one to do this.
No. His sins are mine to bear.
Fear not. Ozoralja is strong. He has never been Father's equal in combat.
I think you may be thinking of pre-augmented Zoral.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
The two Masters of Viper combat.
Farewell, Zoralja, my son. And forgive me.
Your augmentation was never enough, Zoral. Automatic healing.
What?
How?
Despite his old age, the mighty Gulul Jaja remains a fearsome foe indeed. You retain the vitality of two souls, despite the passing of one. I shall even the odds.
His augmentation.
Papa?
Even the blessed are mortal.
Father!
You are no match for me.
Murderer, on my honor, as vow of resolve, I'll make you pay!
So the once faint-hearted girl would live up to her title. Very well. If only to demonstrate the disparity between us, I give you a chance to prove yourself.
Oh, please do, Zoral.
Rally the entirety of your strength. Lay siege to my kingdom. Strike me down, like I did, Father. Then, will you be his worthy successor?
Zralcha, wait!
My warships will remain in your skies. When you fail to prove your worth, I shall order them to lay waste to Tuli Yolal. Choose your next steps wisely.
Well. I knew he was gonna cause massive problems. We finally found our true antagonist for the expansion. The hints were there along the way. There's a reason the blessed There's a reason the blessed normally do not bear children. As with Harshafon, a wound that deep cannot heal. And healing magic can only heal. Well, I think the best term is it can only accelerate a body's natural healing. A wound so deep cannot be healed with magic.
Enough. I am beyond saving.
Father, please. You can't give up.
A friend?
Kitten Ram.
I'm right here. I'm right here. Look after my children. What? I'm an old fossil like you. I've only got so many years left. But if that's what you want, it would be an honor. You and I must go on another journey together someday. Aye, you can count on it. Oglamat. Kona.
Yes, Papa.
The graves of the Yokwi. You saw them, yes?
Yes,
I always
did.
found their teachings comforting.
Please, Father, you must save your strength.
Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. Through you, my hopes survive. Through you, I live on. So do not mourn me. Walk tall and see our nation to a brighter future.
Now the brothers will be united again. And now Galul Jaja been reunited. But not in a way we wanted. Ever the practical. Kona's like, we need to make sure everyone is safe and Aye. It is best that Kona coordinate. This is what he's very good at. Coordinating and ensuring the efforts happen in the order they need to happen. How can we hope to fight them? That is a legitimate question. How can we hope to fight them? They were superior soldiers. As shown, not only is their armor resilient and resistive to the weapons of Tyrol, their weapons even compared to the superior technology, even Garlemald, that was clearly beyond even that. What happens when he comes back? Well. Yes, we were safe. Then oh, sad motif. Do you hear that sad motif? Beautiful. Yeah. Yes. There was, in fact, peace. Over in under Galul Jaja. Unfortunately. As we saw in Bakul Jaja, the pressures of being the chosen. Well. Of being the only actual child. And yet, evidence has made it this far. Scorch marks. Unfortunate there's not craters. Unfortunate laser beams tend to not leave giant craters, unlike actual mortar shells. The shops are still intact, even despite all of this. The ships do loom in the sky. What are you thinking, Alphino? Incite fear. Lachi is torn up. At the Gleam Sands. Lamachi.
Steady now. I've brought you medicine. Drink.
There you are, Lamachi. I was beginning to...
Come on. Come on. Take it. Please.
Lamachi. Lamachi!
How? How could I?
Look at me, Lamachi. You need rest. You and her both. I will tend to this soul.
But my people... I have to help them.
And you'll do no good
The
in your
Ramsguard
current
have
condition.
matters well in hand. Trust in them.
And you'll do no one any good in your current state of
If
mind.
there's another attack, your people will need you to protect them. They'll need you to be sharp. So please rest. Consider it your duty.
I stood before them all. Said that we'd build a nation where everyone knows happiness. So much for that promise. What good is a vow of resolve who cannot save her people?
We'll handle this together.
You'll stick with me. Thank you. My head's a little clearer now. I need to concentrate on what I can do rather than what I can't.
Yes.
We've dealt with unfriendly factions before. From Yokhui still longing for conquest, to adherents of blessed siblings, people who are unwilling to listen. Even so, I believed that by learning about one another and engaging in good faith, we could peacefully settle our differences. And we did.
Yes.
My brother is different. There will be no reasoning with him. He killed our people. Our father. He'll stop at nothing to achieve his goal. What's more, he has power. The power to destroy the peace we've worked so hard to preserve.
Aye.
If I'm to protect that peace, then I must fight. I must confront Zorolja and kill him.
Yes. But first we need to know what we're dealing with. Aye. Wuklamat was always one ruled by her strong emotions more than reason and logic. That is her strength, but also her greatest weakness. That is her greatest strength and weakness. Elise. Have you had a chance to look at these soldiers? Have you had a chance to look at them? Still, you've been everywhere we've been. That is a gun. But it's made of more different and unusual alloys than expected. Have we tried removing the helmet? We've dealt with some unusual armors and things before. It looks like a person, but mechanical. No. Indeed. In the sky deep cenote. Yes. They are one and the same. They are indeed highly similar. And we were wondering, going into this, if you saw things in the live letter coming into, up to, you saw, well, we'll see. I'm not going to say, but we were wondering where a particular type of aesthetic was going to appear, because it does not seem to fit. This is how. Very, very carefully.
Thank you for coming, everyone. And thank you for taking charge in the relief effort. We would have fared far worse without you.
Someone had to do it, that's all. Come, let's take stock.
In terms of casualties, at least 50 died in the attack. And many times that number are wounded. All available healers are seen to their care. Structural damage at least is limited, so essential business can be conducted without issue.
Still.
That said, the people are understandably shaken. We must assuage their fears and begin working to restore things to normal as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Now, the most confounding mystery remains our enemy. And their mechanical soldiers created with technology that surpasses anything I've ever seen. What is their nature? And how did Zoralja manage to bring them under his command? Such things remain unknown.
They emerged from the dome encasing Yasolani. We're quite certain of that much.
Speaking of the dome, we have some theories, I'm told.
Friel.
Indeed. I would like to call upon some helpers to join the discussion. May I invite them here?
By all means.
It's me. Permission has been granted. You can come in.
I know who these are. Isn't that right?
Greetings, everyone.
Raha. And Stola. I'm wondering when you were gonna get here.
Y'shtola! After that long voyage, I had hoped that we might be afforded a moment's rest. But I gather circumstances are quite dire.
You have no idea.
All is well in the annex, never fear. I've already dealt with the most pressing matters, and others hold the fort in my absence.
Wow, that staff has never looked as good.
Following the changing of Dawn servants, Gulul Jar Jar spoke about the Golden City to his two successors. Thanks to Wuglamat, I was allowed to attend that meeting.
Ah, so you learned something, Kryl. Please.
What I heard led me to conclude that this was a matter for the students. Thus did I call upon our comrades who possess the requisite expertise.
Good.
It was actually after that the dome manifested. But, based on what we know, I have reason to believe that it is connected to the Golden City.
While we're eager to help, we have limited familiarity with the situation. Might we trouble you to explain from the beginning?
Yeah, you guys have not been here.
As you know, it was a letter I found tucked away in the Baldessian Annex that brought me to Tural.
Mm-hmm.
A letter from the Dawn servant addressed to my grandfather, sent some 20 years ago.
The request to investigate the City of Gold.
Indeed. The strange thing is, there was mention of neither Tural nor the city in our records. Hoping to learn the truth of my grandfather's mission, what he did and saw, I volunteered to help in the rite of succession.
Correct.
At the end of which, I was able to hear the tale from Gulul Jar Jar.
Oh?
Like us, my grandfather went to the deepest chamber of the Sky Deep Cenote. And, like us, he saw the gate to the Golden City.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you required our help with? This gate?
No.
It was. You see, the gate was opened once in the past. And
It led to another reflection.
Thank you, Y'shtola.
I can take the story from here. Considering my part in these affairs, I reckon maybe I'm best equipped to speak on the matter.
Aye, Ketan Ram. Please do.
I was there too, you see. In those ruins, together with Galuf and Galul Jaja. And what I saw that day, I'll never forget.
Show rather than tell. The echo is a great thing for this method. Good old Galuf.
This black stone is remarkable. I cannot help but wonder if the structures in this part of the ruins were built by a completely different civilization.
It was over 1,000 years ago that the giants mined here. Their records make no mention of glowing stones.
It harbors high concentrations of ether, and on the surface are what appear to be arcane patterns. They aren't Allegan, or Mahi, or Nemean. If anything, they put me in mind of the calculations of the South Sea Islanders, but even then...
Even then...
Seven hells! What did you do?
Nothing.
An earthquake?
None of this has ever happened before.
A void gate? Nay, this is different.
Thus, was Kryl given to Galuf.
Baby? Now hold on. Why would you...
There's no time.
Now what's this?
A key.
What is this? Who are you?
Now the question is, which reflection? This is also the first time we've ever gotten to see what a baby Lalafell looks
Though
like.
it never opened again. Galuf continued to study the gate for years after that, hoping to learn something of value. All he could conclude was that it was built with unknown technology, and that it led to another world, one apart from the Void.
Aye.
We'd assumed the ruins themselves were the Golden City, only to discover that the real prize actually lay beyond the gate, and beyond our reach.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't make head nor tail of the artifact either. As it had similar properties to the black stone in the ruins, we were convinced it was important, so Galul Jaja took it to the palace for safekeeping.
Unfortunately, it's been pilfered.
Galuf, meanwhile, took the baby with him back to Sharlayan and raised her as his own.
Then the child was...
Kryl.
The earring inside the letter to my grandfather. It was apparently found amongst my swaddling clothes.
It
If
means...
this is true, then it means that you hail from another reflection.
Yes.
So it would seem. I still struggle to take it all in myself.
How did Y'shtola not notice this?
Looking back, Grandfather was always quick to seek distractions whenever I broached the subject. But never would I have guessed anything like this. But enough about me. We have more pressing matters.
This is true.
The forces that assailed Tuliyola. You suspect they are somehow connected to the Golden City?
You're quick on the uptake as always, Y'shtola.
Thinking back on it, the soldiers look like they could have been made from the same black stone.
And leading them was Zeralja. His involvement also lends weight to the theory. On the day of the succession ceremony, a bandit took me unawares and knocked me out. When I came to, I found my home turned upside down, with a few particular items missing. Namely the keystones I was entrusted with, for my role as Watcher of the Gate.
The bandit? You believe that it was...
It was probably surreal.
I only got a glimpse of him, but I was a blue-scaled Hubigo. I know no other.
The artifact stored at the palace was also stolen. The thief struck during the ceremony, and the guard was spread thin.
So our assumption is Zoranja somehow opened that gate to another reflection, where he acquired advanced technology and his mechanical armor.
It fits. And if he did, then it's also likely that the dome is a product of this unknown reflection.
Hold on. We've been going on and on about the reflections. But what of my home? What's become of it?
That's the current unknown. We don't know. Could be displaced. Could be squashed. We don't know. This looks like a job for the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Does it not?
Indeed. Where it concerns other realities, I dare say the Scions are best suited to tackle the task.
Considering we're the only ones with experience in this matter.
We've been to the literal edge of existence. Some mysterious giant dome shouldn't scare us.
I punched Despair herself in the face.
As you know, our order has ostensibly disbanded. We'd thank you to be discreet about our unofficial reunion.
Huh. Worry not. We'll spare no effort to get to the bottom of this. And with our hero eager to help, you can be confident of the results.
God, his new textures just look so good.
I'm coming with you. If that's where my brother is, then that's where I must go.
True.
I can't say I understand everything you're discussing, but I know what I have to do.
Punch your brother in the face?
I have to put a stop to Zoranja and restore the people's happiness.
Punch your brother in the face.
Suffice it to say, I share Lamachi's desire to join you. However, under these circumstances, it would be unwise for both vows to be absent from the city.
True, and you're better coordinated.
As such, I shall remain in Tuliolol.
You are better equipped for handling the logistics of everything, which is what is needed now.
Come what may, I will protect our nation. So go forth, sister, and do what you must.
Thank you.
She's better suited for punching the problem in the face.
It would be prudent for us to likewise divide our forces. While one group ventures into the dome, the other keeps guard without.
Alcona, he's the better
Agreed.
coordinator.
There's something I wish to investigate out here, so I will remain.
I as well. The enemy's warships still loom overhead, and I would see that we are prepared for the worst.
And you're the closest we have with laser technology.
I wish to go to the dome.
Trial, you belong at the dome.
As a student, I have an obligation to investigate this potential threat to the world.
Yeah.
But I'd be lying if I said I'm not deathly curious about my origins. If there's aught to be learned, then I want to learn it.
In that case, please let me come too. I have to see what's become of my home. I may not be a fighter, but I know those lands like the back of my hand. I can guide you.
Of course.
If you hadn't offered, I would have asked. We're counting on you.
I'm not one for waiting around, so if it's all the same to you, I'll join the dome crew.
The dome crew.
You should accompany them, Graha. I expect your knowledge and experience will be useful.
Plus, we get to fulfill that.
In the meantime, I intend to learn what I can about the gate, and will keep you apprised of my findings. Pray do the same.
She is our best dome expert.
Assuming communication is possible from inside the dome, we'll maintain contact and share any developments.
And we get to go on an adventure with
Seems our teams are
Raha.
assembled. A fine roster, I think.
Yes.
Looks good to me. We'll find a way to deal with the threat. For the sake of Tural.
It's truly heartening to have you at our side for this. Thank you, everyone.
'Tis no problem.
Now, before we set off, there's one thing I need to do. The people are still shaken by the attack, and I'd like to reassure them as best I can.
Yes. You are the more personable of the two Dawn servants. We get to go on an adventure with Raha. This is the question, because we know from our time on the first, everyone's souls is thinner. Exactly. Y'shtola would have noticed. What is up with Kryl? She is weird. She would have noticed a long time ago. Yeah, these three, plus Erenville, have no idea about the reflections, the source, all this metaphysical malarkey we've been trying to deal with for the last, including Dawntrail, 3 expansions. Shadowbringers, it was introduced, and oh god, when they introduced it into Shadowbringers, it made a lot of heads spin. Along with the introduction that Hydaelyn and Zodiac are primals, which threw a bunch of theories I had going into Shadowbringers out the window, which is a good thing. And then in Endwalker, we didn't deal directly with the shards. Well, we did with the expansions, where we dealt with the Void. The 6.X storyline was entirely dealing with the Void. And so we have some experience with that. Also gave Y'shtola, a resident gate expert, infinitely more knowledge than she had before. Knowledge she had then gave her infinitely more knowledge than she had before about how to create gates into other worlds. Because we built one to go into the 13th, the Void. So we have our resident gate expert who will explore the gates. We have a best boy here we now get to adventure with. Excellent. Do I even know what Acacia gear looks like? I don't think I do. No, Acacia gear. Okay, that's the titanium gold stuff. Also known as the local the Mad Max gear. The Mad Max gear, of all things. That's funny. Yes, let us gather the people. Aye. That we shall. I was about to wonder how we'd get to, well, the glorious we know what the other city's called. Every expansion contains 2 major cities. The early city, in our case, Tuliolo. And they've already told us what the second one is. But we'll hold off on that. We'll let the game tell us. A solution? If she's lucky. It's not going to be easy. When one suffers so much damage from a sudden attack that you were not expecting, well, I don't know. A level-headed resident, that's good. And by doing this and seeing the varying reactions, yes. Please hear what your leaders have to say. They have a plan. It's not the best of plans. It's not the greatest of plans. But there is... You have the leading experts in the fields of, for lack of a better term, metaphysics and multiversal understanding. On the job. There's only... well, I would say results, but there's only... well, potential understanding. No, you do not need convincing. Many of these questions may be answered if you go to the speech. You have every right to be paranoid. They are merely looming overhead. But also... Are you sure? There's a plan in action. Don't go overboard. There is a plan, possibly. There's a plan. You should hear it out before you make hasty decisions. Are you sure they're not alone? There's a plan. There's a plan. It's not necessarily the best of plans, nor the greatest of plans, but there is a plan, nevertheless. A plan to be had. Alright, Wuklama, let's hear what you're gonna tell your people. You just ascended. Your kingdom just suffered the first part of a succession crisis. Let's see how you handle the second half of a succession crisis. When the not chosen No, I did not see Alizé on my way here. As is typical of Alizé. Yes. He does, in fact, pose a major problem. That he did.
Namachi, are you all right?
Yes, don't worry. I'm ready for it. The fear, and sadness, and anger. Everything.
I am the reason to your resolve. But more than that, I am your brother. You needn't bear this burden alone. Remember this.
Aye.
As you likely already know, my father, our former Dawn servant, lost his life in the recent attack. He challenged the enemy leader to a duel and fought with skill and valor, and for a moment we believed he had won. But wielding an unknown power, his foe returned from death and struck him down. I could only watch as this happened. I could not tarnish my father's honor by interfering. Many of you have suffered terribly. You've taken wounds. You've lost friends and family. As vow of resolve, I failed in my duty to protect you. Words can't express the shame and regret I feel. And as much as it pains me to reveal this, the enemy leader was none other than my brother Zoralsha.
Zoralsha? It's true! I saw him!
We believe he staged the attack from Yasulani, which has been encased within a mysterious dome. I know that you're concerned for your loved ones there as well. But mark my words, I won't let Zoralsha torment us any further. Our father gave his life to protect our nation, and I'm prepared to do the same.
You say that, but those metal monstrosities are still up there in the sky. What are you going to do about them?
The enemy is still on our doorstep, and waiting for them to strike again accomplishes nothing. That's why we're going to strike first. We are going to take the battle straight to Zoralsha and put an end to it all.
And while my sister sallies forth, I will take charge of the city's defenses. Not another soul will come to harm. We swear to you.
Like our father before us, we will lead with resolve and reason to restore peace to our nation. So please, have patience and faith.
So the resolve goes on the attack, while reason shores up the defenses. Sounds like a fine plan.
Thank you, Bakul.
Needless to say, you can count on my sword. Dural's my home, and I'll do my part for it.
Ha!
Hear, hear, brother. That makes two of us. Or was that two of we? Never mind that.
Words were never his greatest thing.
What of the rest of you? Will you let others do the work? Or will you do your part and fight?
We fight! We fight! We're two Leolans because we're united! We'll stand with you and weather this storm!
He's right. This is our nation, and it falls to us to protect it.
We'll fight too! For Tuliolan!
Me too! Me too!
We're all together in this!
Thank you, Bakul. Who'd have thought he'd turn out to be such
Thank you, everyone.
an important character?
We've already learned much about our foe, and we will continue to learn more. In time, we will have the means to make their warships fall from the sky.
Aye.
We join hands with our countrymen and our allies from afar. We're stronger than we dare to hope. Together, let us show the enemy the might of Tuli Yolal.
You are the beating heart of our nation. Each and every one of you.
Aye.
Uncertain days lie ahead. But for now, I ask you to persevere. To go about your lives as you always do. Only then can we ensure we have the resources to see our nation through these trials.
Yeah, it isn't gonna be easy.
And when the time comes, we will strike. Tuliyola will not fall. We will prevail, and peace and happiness will be ours again.
Okay, that does in fact make things sharper in the distance. What did you think, Aaron Val? Okay, Raha. Ah, your time on the first. The Exarch may have been no king, but he sure functioned as one. Lamachi, do you have your plan? Ah, Lamachi. A lot of that we have to thank to Bakul Jaja. Hopefully the railroad engineers have been able to, well, have some examination done. You might think that's a waste of a return, but it really isn't. The inventory continues to get clogged with more and more coffers. No, no, something is clearly not right with that dome. Enemy movements, you say? That's not good. Oh, more warships. Can't say it's not effective. Yes, let us examine and talk to the locals. They're not going to be experiencing this particularly greatly. Chemica. Back to lazy guitar. No one? That's weird. That it does, Alize. Possibly. Oh. Yes. Talk to the locals, as always. Hello, Railroad. Just after they finished the tracks. There is a mechanical soldier. So they have been here. Estinian. He's the only one with a polearm out here. Everyone else here has a gun. Seriously. Estinian's out here because he's the only one with a polearm. Spear in hand. Oh. It was Estinian. Wuklamat. My friend Lamaki. My friend has this great in order. He is extremely powerful, much like me. Nose. Not you. Him. Ah, Estinian. But of course. Want to come along? Oh. Yes, Zakoa. He is. Yeah, he definitely has that Zell energy. And there it is. Our last Aether Current quest. Wenaspe. Oh. Uh-oh. That's not a good thing. When someone's pack animal returns without them. That's normally very bad. Especially when you're carrying shipments of highly volatile substances. You're right. You're right. Horrible blue blobby thing. You mean that? Zoom. It seems confused more than anything. It seems horribly confused. I mean, clearly scared of your animal, and that nearly cost you your life. But somehow I don't think the blob is as dangerous. Oh, it could be as dangerous as she says. It could just be satisfied or confused. Who can tell? Well, with that done, we need to speak with Y'shtola. That is all Aether Currents accounted for except for the story one in Shaloni. Ah! I grabbed a Napoli tender by accident. It looked like a cactus, I swear. The dome is absolutely massive. Could they have been after the ceruleum? Maybe. lightning ether. Train men. The train. Right on the tracks. That's convenient. She's not wrong. Rothgar. You have a train. Do you really want to destroy your only train? A rail bomb. Sometimes a train must explode. Train bomb. We won't leave you with any sorrows to drown. Never fear. The legendary train that saved Taral. Yes! New investigations to pursue. This is true. Yes, we can get through this together. Of course he's not without reservations. This is Rahatia. One concern. Valid. Kona will find a way. Well, to try. Well, now, to reinforce a train into a bomb. I mean, I theoretically can. I am indeed a master craftsman from Eorzea. You're still learning things about your peoples. A carpenter. We could ask the fellow with the fetish for formalities. I love my alliterations. Zerwormer. Yes, we will need anti-air. Ballistae. They're not the most advanced thing in the world, but they will work. I mean, firing big arrows. I mean, you throw a big arrow at something, it'll work. Yes, Raha? Etheric cannons from the first. Fire aspected crystals of the highest purity. Yes, because you're gonna have to draw these up from memory. Because you no longer have access to the Crystarium. Gladly. Has that made a difference? Indeed, I will handle the materials. You handle everything else, Wuklama. Hello, Shenza. We have some very specific things we need from you. That I can do. Really, she's a minor. Interesting. Never would have guessed. Yeah, as I was saying, Amarang gives off the vibes around Twine of a Western town, but not on the scale of this. Ananala is nothing. Nothing I can't handle. You shall see why I am considered the best in the world. One of the best. Catch me off guard with poison and I'm still dead, but let me summon Chocobo. What's the Exarchic Gunblade? No sign. Maybe over here? Well, what did you think, Ayate? She's never gonna not use his birth name, is she? I mean, from a certain perspective, I get it. Oops. Caught on machine scenery. Yeah, we're starting to lag a little bit in the mental department. So we're gonna take an actual break here, physically cut the party, maybe take a little bit of a nap. At least once we get past this point, because I want to see where we're going, even if my brain is starting to lag a little bit. Train bomb ready. This is the entire point of Tyrol as a nation. And this is the entire point of Tyrol as a people. These 5 disparate people groups, so very different from each other, have begun to learn how to work together towards a common goal. Even the Mamadlu, even the Mamalja can do it. All through the night. Even the moblins are crafting. Ah, the etheric cannon has been made. Of Tyroli design. And that is similar to the ones in the Crystarium. But also Tyrolian design. I mean, the mechanics of the cannon are the same. Doesn't mean you can't make it look like your own. You're here. Still. Free bird. I will see what this little circle is about. This is for world boss. Clearly, this is for a world boss. This is a world boss zone. That is a zone for the world boss. I think we will see where this goes. So I have a suspicion this is a dungeon. I have my suspicion. We're about ready to enter the 97 dungeon. I could be wrong.
Listen, the bonus track.
That's not what I wanted to do.
Right, we're just about done with the modifications, but I have to stress that we cannot afford a test run.
It's fine. We understand and accept the risks. We have faith in you and your craft. I'm sure everything will go to plan. With all the hard work everyone's put in, it couldn't be otherwise.
Finished at last! Behold, the pinnacle of locomotive engineering, the Dawn Blazer.
Amazing!
Yep, she's been fitted with wooden armor and a crystal grounding rod to mitigate the effects of lightning. Naturally, we had to overhaul the engine so it could handle the extra weight.
I also had her outfitted with etheric cannons, the better to contend with enemy forces. And as they're modeled upon those used at the Crystarium, I can attest to their potency.
So, what do you reckon? Given the tight turnaround, I'd say we did a damn good job.
It's the toughest locomotive I've ever seen. Please forgive the lawn mowing noises in the background.
Glad she's to your liking. I hate to let go of such a beautiful piece of machinery, but I know you'll give her a proper send-off for us.
Oh, so true.
At the risk of spoiling the mood, we should probably get moving.
Yep, you won't get far if you let them pummel you from the air, but you'll be safe enough once you reach the tunnel.
In that case, I will conceal the train with a spell once everyone is on board. It should last long enough for us to reach the tunnel unnoticed.
Though if the enemy has not seen what we're doing from the air,
Right.
then clearly they're not
So
paying
everyone,
attention.
Are we ready?
I love his little ear wiggles. Just the best.
We've done all we can. Rest is up to you.
I won't let you down. All aboard!
Vanish!
At this speed, we should arrive at the dome in no time at all.
But not before we're spotted, I expect. Stay alert!
Here we go. Stand fast, everyone.
No, you don't. They switched to firearms!
Oh dear.
Raha, jump!
Erenville, I need you to take over for me.
Just like Air Force One at the Gold Saucer.
End of the line, everyone!
Oh, that was too close. Still alive, Erenville?
Mostly.
Did it work, though? Was there enough juice after losing a third of our payload? Did we did overspec it enough? Look at that.
At last, the enemy stronghold. We should hurry before they can regroup.
Let's go and find out what's inside.
As expected. Well, folks, what we're gonna do is we're gonna cut it here, and we'll be back at 3 o'clock. A new stream, just so we can keep these at relatively consistent viewing angles, because otherwise we're not gonna be going anywhere. And we're gonna go probably until at least 9 o'clock. So from 3 to 9, so 6 hours. So we'll start here. Looking forward to it. So we should hopefully be able to get another map done, map number 5. There's a chance we might be able to get this all done tomorrow, but we'll see about that. Till then, folks, this has been Stomping Llama. We'll see you at 3 o'clock.